Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The ancient stones of Hogwarts Castle had kept their secrets for 1,000 years. Through wizarding wars and peaceful centuries, through the rise and fall of dark lords, the castle stood resolute, its deepest mysteries slumbering far beneath the feet of countless students who walked its corridors, blissfully unaware of what lay dormant in the darkness below, until the earth trembled. Professor Maximus Grimoire was in the restricted section when it happened. The tremor began as a subtle vibration, barely enough to disturb the dust that had settled on the oldest tomes. Then came a sound not from above or around him, but from below, a deep, resonant note that seemed to emanate from the very foundations of the castle. The sound of stone grinding against stone, of something ancient stirring after an eternity of silence. The books shuddered on their shelves. Chains rattled against their bindings. And then, as suddenly as it had begun, the trembling stopped. But something had changed. Maximus felt it in the air, a shift in the castle's magic, like a new current flowing through its stones. His weathered hand trembled slightly as he ran long fingers through his silver-streaked beard. After 50 years as the guardian of the restricted section, he knew what this meant. They were awakening. Lyra Winterstone had felt the tremor too. The 7th-year Ravenclaw had been in the astronomy tower, working late on her independent study project, a revolutionary thesis on the convergence points between Muggle quantum physics and transfiguration magic. The tremor had caused her enchanted star charts to briefly shift their constellations, forming patterns she had never seen before. As the castle settled, Lyra noticed something else. Her quill, which had fallen from her hand during the shaking, now floated gently back to her desk, without a spell, without her wand. "That's impossible," she whispered, reaching out to grasp the quill. The moment her fingers touched it, the feather glowed with a soft, pulsing light that she had never seen before, not in any classroom, not in any textbook. It was magic, but not as she knew it. Something fundamental had changed within Hogwarts. Headmistress McGonagall's summons came at breakfast. Lyra found herself climbing the spiral staircase to the headmistress's office, her mind racing with questions about the previous night's events. When she entered, she was surprised to find Professor Grimoire already there, looking more haggard than she had ever seen him. "Miss Winterstone," McGonagall said, her voice tight with concern, "Professor Grimoire has requested your specific assistance with a matter of great urgency." The old librarian stepped forward, his eyes sharp despite his apparent exhaustion. "Your theories on the fusion of Muggle science and magic have drawn my attention, Miss Winterstone. I believe your unique perspective may be crucial to understanding what has been awakened, sir?" Lyra asked. McGonagall and Grimoire exchanged glances. "Show her," the headmistress said quietly. The dungeons of Hogwarts extended far deeper than most students realized. Beyond the potions classrooms, beyond even the rumored location of the Slytherin common room, there were passages that had been sealed for centuries. Now, one such passage gaped open, its ancient door reduced to rubble. The earthquake did this? Lyra asked as they descended, their wands illuminating the way. "Not an earthquake," Grimoire corrected. a magical resonance. The release of energy from something very old and very powerful. The passage ended at a vast circular chamber carved directly from the bedrock beneath the castle. In its center stood 4 immense stone pedestals arranged in a perfect square. Upon 3 of them stood massive statues, each representing a creature Lyra had never seen in any magical textbook, part beast, part humanoid, with features that seemed to shift and change as she looked at them. The 4th pedestal was empty. Scattered around it were fragments of stone. The Guardian's grimoire whispered, his voice filled with awe and dread in equal measure. The primordial guardians of the Nexus, what are they? Lyra breathed, unable to take her eyes off the statues. Not what? Miss Winterstone. Who? Grimoire's face was grim. They existed before Hogwarts, before the Founders. They guarded this place when it was nothing more than a nexus of ley lines, convergence point of natural magic, but they're just statues, Lyra said, though even as the words left her mouth, she felt their hollowness. They were imprisoned in stone by Salazar Slytherin, Grimoire replied. He feared their power, a magic more primal and unfettered than anything we practice today. A magic that requires no wands, no incantations. Lyra's mind flashed to her floating quill. And one has escaped. Yes, McGonagall interjected. And that is why we need your help, Miss Winterstone. Your understanding of both worlds' Muggle science and magic might help us find this creature before it falls into the wrong hands. They called themselves the Order of the Sealed Tome, a secret society that had existed within Hogwarts since its founding, dedicated to ensuring the Guardians remained imprisoned. Professor Grimoire, it turned out, was their last member. The Order has dwindled over centuries, he explained as he unlocked a hidden compartment in the restricted section's floor, revealing an ancient library beneath the library. Few believed the Guardians were anything more than legend. The sub-library contained tomes that made the restricted section look like children's literature. Books bound in materials Lyra couldn't identify, written in languages that seemed to move and shift on the page. These contain what little we know about the Guardians, Grimoire said, placing a massive volume before her. They were for the Warden of Earth, the Keeper of Flame, the Guardian of Tempest, and the Custodian of Void. Which one escaped? Lyra asked. The Warden of Earth. Its liberation has already begun altering the castle's magic. You've noticed, I presume? Objects responding without spells, plants growing with unusual vigor in the greenhouses, stones repairing themselves. Lyra nodded, remembering not just her quill, but a dozen small magical anomalies she'd witnessed since the tremor. This is just the beginning, Grimoire warned. Earth magic was once the foundation of all wizardry, raw, intuitive, responsive to will rather than word. Modern magic, with its precise incantations and wand movements, was developed to control and limit this power, to make it safer. Safer for whom? Lyra asked. Grimoire's eyes met hers. For everyone. The old magic was wild, unpredictable. A wizard's emotions could trigger catastrophic events. The Founders, particularly Slytherin, believed such power was too dangerous to exist alongside their vision of an ordered magical society. For days, Lyra divided her time between classes and secret research with Grimoire. They tracked the growing anomalies throughout the castle, mapping the spread of the ancient earth magic. Meanwhile, rumors spread among the students, strange growths of crystal in the dungeons, statues that seemed to move when no one was watching. First years performing accidental magic of astonishing complexity. But these were merely symptoms. The Warden itself remained elusive. Until Professor Longbottom reported something extraordinary in Greenhouse 3, a tree unlike any he had ever seen, growing at an impossible rate. its bark inscribed with symbols similar to those found on the remaining guardian statues. "It's not just any tree," Grimoire whispered as they stood before the massive plant that had broken through the greenhouse glass, its branches reaching toward the stars. "It's the warden itself." The tree's trunk shifted before their eyes, forming the semblance of a face ancient, wise, and somehow sorrowful. "It's beautiful," Lyra breathed. "And dangerous," Grimoire added. "The Ministry has been informed. They'll send orders to contain it, to prevent the other Guardians from awakening." Lyra turned to him, stunned. "Contain it? But the magic it's bringing back, it's incredible. Think of the possibilities." "That's precisely what we fear," came a new voice. A tall wizard in dark robes strode into the greenhouse, flanked by two aurors. "Matthias Blackthorn, Department of Mysteries." "We've been monitoring the situation." Blackthorn surveyed the tree with cold calculation. "We'll need to extract its essence, study it. The power to perform wandless transfiguration alone could revolutionize magical warfare." "Warfare?" Lyra echoed, horrified. "That's what you see in this miracle. A weapon?" "Step aside, Miss Winterstone," Blackthorn commanded. "This entity is now Ministry property." But as the aurors advanced, the ground beneath their feet shifted. Roots erupted from the soil, forming a protective barrier round the tree. And for a moment, Lyra heard, or perhaps felt, a voice that seemed to resonate from the earth itself. "Help us." The choice before them was impossible. Grimoire, bound by generations of duty to the Order, believed the Guardians must remain sealed. The Ministry sought to harness their power. And somewhere in the castle, the remaining Guardians waited, their stone prisons weakening with each passing day. But as Lyra placed her hand on the living wood of the warden, she understood something that neither Grimoire nor the Ministry grasped. The Guardians weren't trapped because they were dangerous. They were trapped because they represented a magic that couldn't be controlled, or regulated a magic that belonged to all living things, not just those privileged to attend schools like Hogwarts. "They were never our enemies," she whispered, turning to Grimoire. "Slytherin didn't fear their power, he feared what they represented. Magic without hierarchy. Magic that couldn't be monopolized by the pure-blooded or the privileged." In that moment, standing between the awakened Guardian and those who would either destroy or exploit it, Lyra understood what she had to do. The choice wasn't between imprisonment and exploitation. There was a third path, one that would require courage, wisdom, and the willingness to embrace a magic older than Hogwarts itself. The earth trembled once more beneath their feet, but this time it wasn't from something awakening. It was the beginning of transformation. And as the remaining Guardian statues began to crack in their ancient chamber far below, Hogwarts Castle stood on the precipice of a new age, one where the boundaries between the old magic and the new would dissolve, where the forgotten would be remembered, and where the future of wizardry itself hung in the balance. The choice Lyra made that night would echo through magical history for centuries to come. But that is another story. Story 2. The first marks appeared on a cold autumn morning, when the mist clung to Hogwarts towers like spectral fingers reluctant to release their hold. Cassandra Thornfield, a third-year Hufflepuff, awoke to find delicate silver lines etched across her forearm symbols that seemed to shimmer with their own inner light when shadow fell across them. By nightfall, 3 more students bore similar markings: a Ravenclaw, 6th year, a Slytherin, 4th year, and a Gryffindor, 2nd year. Madame Pomfrey's infirmary quickly filled with anxious students as more appeared bearing the strange symbols, their skin burning with fever, their eyes glazed with visions they could not articulate. The castle corridors buzzed with whispers of an ancient curse. Some blamed a forbidden artifact smuggled back from Hogsmeade. Others pointed to the ongoing renovations in the castle's east wing, suggesting something sealed long ago had been disturbed. None suspected the truth that Headmistress McGonagall feared as she penned a letter with uncharacteristically trembling hands. It has begun again, Alaric. The markings have returned. Hogwarts needs you. Alaric Silverthorn stood at the edge of the forbidden forest, his tall figure silhouetted against the storm clouds gathering above the castle. Rain had plastered his long silver-black hair against his angular face, accentuating cheekbones too sharp to be entirely human. The scars that marked his face 3 parallel lines across his left cheek seemed to glow faintly in the storm's intermittent lightning. 15 years since he had last seen Hogwarts. 15 years of exile, tracking dark wizards across the most dangerous corners of the wizarding world, all while hiding the truth of his bloodline from both his quarry and his employers at the ministry. I didn't expect to see you again, Minerva, he said without turning as Headmistress McGonagall approached, her wand conjuring an invisible umbrella against the downpour. Nor I you, Alaric. But circumstances leave us little choice. Her voice hardened. 27 students now bear the markings. 3 are in critical condition. The fever progresses more rapidly than before. Alaric finally turned, his unnaturally violet eyes meeting hers. You know what this means. I have suspicions. McGonagall replied carefully. Not suspicions. Certainties. Alaric's voice was cold. The veil between worlds is thinning. Someone is calling to them. Calling to my kin. The elves were banished centuries ago, imprisoned. Alaric corrected sharply. Not banished. And not by choice. The wind carried an unnatural chill as McGonagall sighed. There's something else. Professor Moonshadow has requested to assist in this matter. Alaric's expression darkened. Celine Moonshadow still teaches here? After what she did, Professor Moonshadow has served the school faithfully for 30 years, McGonagall said firmly. And she insists her knowledge will be essential. I'm sure she does, Alaric muttered, turning back toward the castle. The architect of the elves' imprisonment wishes to witness the consequences of her handiwork firsthand. Thunder rolled across the sky, as if the heavens themselves shared in his anger. Professor Celine Moonshadow's potions classroom was exactly as Alaric remembered, meticulously organized, dimly lit, with the air heavy with herbs and mysterious essences. She stood with her back to him, silver-streaked black hair pulled into a severe bun, her slender hands arranging vials on a shelf. I knew you would return one day, Silverthorn, she said without turning. Though I had hoped it would be under different circumstances. Had you? Alaric's voice dripped with sarcasm. I rather thought you'd prefer me as far from Hogwarts as possible, preferably in another dimension. Like the rest of my bloodline, Celine turned slowly, her ageless face revealing nothing of the turbulent decades they had shared. In the dim light, she looked hardly older than when she had been his teacher, though he knew she must be well past 70 now. I did what was necessary, she said simply. The war between our kinds would have destroyed both worlds. You chose your side. I chose peace. You chose imprisonment for an entire race, Alaric countered, his voice rising. You helped seal away the elven realms, cutting them off from their magic, condemning them to a slow death, and yet here you stand, Celine observed, living proof that I ensured escape for those of mixed blood. I saved you, Alaric, after condemning my mother, he hissed. I was 7 years old when the veil closed and her magic failed. I watched her fade away, unable to survive in this realm without connection to her own. Celine's composure faltered for the briefest moment. There were prices I did not anticipate. Sacrifices I saved, Alaric interrupted. The students are what matter now. Show me one of them. The infirmary was eerily quiet, the moans of the afflicted students muffled by silencing charms to allow them rest. Madame Pomfrey led them to a bed where a young Gryffindor boy lay, his face flushed with fever, strange symbols pulsing across his forearms, and now spreading up his neck. Adrian Blackwood, Pomfrey explained. Fourth-generation pureblood family, but the markings appeared on him first. The symbols spread faster on him than the others. Alaric leaned closer, his fingers hovering above the boy's skin without touching. These aren't just any elven symbols, he murmured. They're blood calls. Ancient magic used to identify those with even the faintest trace of elven ancestry. Impossible, Celine whispered. The Blackwoods have no recorded connection to not all connections were recorded. Alaric cut her off. The elves walked these lands for millennia before wizards began their narrow-minded obsession with blood purity. There's more mixed ancestry in your precious pureblood families than any of them would care to admit. He straightened, his expression grave. Someone is calling out to those with elven blood, using them as anchors. Anchors for what? McGonagall asked. For a bridge between worlds, Celine answered before Alaric could, her face pale. They're trying to tear open the veil in the restricted section of the library. Ancient tomes lay open across a large table, their pages revealing illustrations of elegant beings with pointed ears and inhuman eyes. Celine's slender finger traced a passage written in a flowing script. The ritual requires blood freely given from 13 descendants, she translated. The fever is the body's response to the call. Their blood is being prepared, not freely given if they don't know what's happening, Alaric growled. Magic has its own definitions of freely given, Celine replied. The elven blood in their veins is responding willingly, even if their conscious minds do not understand. Alaric paced the narrow space between the towering bookshelves. Who would even know how to initiate such a ritual? This knowledge was supposed to be lost when the veil closed. Celine and McGonagall exchanged a glance that made Alaric stop cold. What aren't you telling me? He demanded. McGonagall sighed heavily. There was a theft 5 months ago. From my personal quarters. A small crystal phial containing what? Alaric's voice was dangerous now. Elven tears, Celine finished quietly. The last tears shed by your mother before she faded. I preserved them as a reminder of the price paid for peace. The temperature in the room seemed to drop as Alaric's anger radiated from him in palpable waves. You kept her tears as a souvenir? As the final component needed to ever reopen the veil, Celine corrected, her own temper flaring. I kept them safe for decades, hidden from those who might use them. Until now, who took them? Alaric demanded. We don't know, McGonagall admitted. The wards on my office were breached by someone intimately familiar with the castle's magic. We suspected a current or former teacher, but could prove nothing. Alaric's mind raced. The markings, the fever, the stolen tears they're preparing to open the veil during the winter solstice. 3 days from now, when the dimensional boundaries are naturally at their weakest. But why? McGonagall asked. After so long. Revenge, Celine said softly. The Elven Queen has waited centuries for this moment. For her chance to lead her armies back into our world. The Great Hall had been transformed into a temporary infirmary as more students developed markings. 42 now bore the elven symbols, with 13 showing the most advanced progression, exactly the number needed for the ritual. Alaric moved among them, studying each face, each pattern of symbols, searching for the subtle differences that might reveal the specific elven house to which their distant ancestry belonged. Behind him, Celine brewed a potion meant to slow the fever's progression, though they both knew it was merely buying time. I need to examine where the veil is thinnest, Alaric announced. Where in the castle grounds would the boundary between worlds be most vulnerable? McGonagall didn't hesitate. The standing stones beyond the far edge of the lake. They predate Hogwarts by millennia. Dumbledore always believed they marked a place of special magical significance. I know where you mean, Celine said, looking up from her cauldron. The circle of whispers, Alaric nodded grimly. I'll go tonight, not alone, Celine insisted, extinguishing the flame beneath her potion with a flick of her wand. I'm coming with you. The last time we stood together at a boundary between worlds, you sealed my mother's people into a prison dimension, Alaric reminded her coldly. Then perhaps it's fitting that we stand together now to prevent something worse, she replied, meeting his gaze without flinching. The Queen doesn't want reconciliation, Alaric. She wants vengeance. If she breaks through, both our worlds will burn. The circle of whispers stood silent in the moonlight, 12 ancient megaliths surrounding a central altar stone. Snow had begun to fall, each flake glittering with unnatural brightness as it passed through the air above the circle. The veil is already thinning, Celine whispered. Can you feel it? Alaric nodded, the elven blood in his veins singing in response to the proximity of his ancestral realm. Here, at the boundary, he could almost hear the voices of his mother's people calling to him from across the dimensional divide. But among those voices was one that chilled him to the bone. A voice he recognized from childhood nightmares, from the stories his mother had told in hushed tones. The Queen was coming. And when she arrived, she would bring with her 1,000 years of hatred for the wizarding world that had imprisoned her people, unless they could find who was opening the door. As the snow continued to fall around them, Alaric placed his hand on the central altar stone, feeling the ancient magic pulse beneath his fingers. In 3 days, the solstice would arrive. 3 days to prevent a war that would engulf both worlds. 3 days to navigate the tangled past that bound him to Celine Moonshadow and the fateful choice she had made decades ago. 3 days to determine whether his loyalties lay with the world that had raised him, or the bloodline that called to him from beyond the veil. The fate of 2 worlds hung in the balance, and the clock was ticking. Story 3. The midnight bells of Hogwarts had just finished their solemn tolling when Professor Orion Tempest noticed the strange glow emanating from the top of the astronomy tower. Curious, he abandoned the ancient tome he'd been studying in his quarters and made his way through the silent corridors, his footsteps echoing against stone walls that had witnessed 1,000 years of magical history. The spiral staircase to the tower seemed longer tonight, as if the very castle was reluctant to reveal what waited above. When Orion finally emerged onto the observation platform, his breath caught in his throat. There, hovering 3 feet above the stone floor, was an ornate hourglass unlike any he had ever seen. Its frame was crafted from what appeared to be living gold that shifted and flowed like liquid, adorned with constellations that twinkled with their own inner light. Within the glass chambers, instead of sand, swirled a luminescent blue substance that seemed neither liquid nor gas, but something in between raw magic in its purest form. But what made Orion's heart race was the counter etched into the golden base, a countdown in ancient runic numerals, steadily ticking away. Merlin's chronometer, he whispered, his voice barely audible over the winter wind that whipped around the tower. The legendary timepiece said to appear only in times of greatest magical peril, counting down to catastrophe. As if responding to its name, the hourglass pulsed once, and the nearest telescope a brass monstrosity that had faithfully served students for centuries crumbled into dust. The clock was ticking, and Hogwarts had exactly 7 days before whatever calamity it foretold would come to pass. By morning, the news of the mysterious timepiece had spread throughout the castle. Headmistress McGonagall had immediately cordoned off the astronomy tower, but not before several students had witnessed the hovering hourglass and its ominous countdown. Whispers of doomsday prophecies filled the corridors as Orion made his way to the emergency staff meeting. "Professor Tempest," McGonagall acknowledged as he entered her office. "Perhaps you would be good enough to explain to your colleagues exactly what we're dealing with." Orion gazed around at the assembled faculty, noting the mixture of concern, skepticism, and outright fear on their faces. At 32, he was by far the youngest professor at Hogwarts, having taken over the history of magic position only 3 years prior, after Professor Binns had finally acknowledged his ghostly state and moved on to whatever lay beyond. Many still questioned whether Orion's unorthodox teaching methods and obsession with magical artifacts qualified him for the position. "The chronometer of Merlin," he began, "is not just a timepiece. According to the few reliable historical accounts, it's a detection instrument created by Merlin himself to provide warning of magical disturbances that threaten the very fabric of our world. It has appeared only twice in recorded history, once before the Great Plague that decimated the magical population of Europe, and again just before the cataclysm of 1752 that nearly exposed the wizarding world to muggles." Professor Flitwick's voice piped up from his elevated chair. "And what exactly does it count down to?" "That's where accounts differ," Orion admitted. "Some sources claim it counts to the moment of disaster. Others suggest it marks the last point at which the calamity can be averted. And how, precisely, are we meant to avert something when we don't know what it is?" Professor Stellaris, the current astronomy teacher, asked tartly. Before Orion could respond, the door to the headmistress's office swung open, and nearly headless Nick floated in, his expression more troubled than his perpetually precarious neck would normally warrant. "Headmistress," the ghost said urgently, "I regret to inform you that Sir Cadogan has vanished from his portrait." "Portraits cannot simply vanish," McGonagall replied sternly. "Nevertheless, his canvas is empty. Not just vacant, empty. The background, the frame, all gone. Just blank canvas." Nick's voice trembled. "And he's not the only one. The Grey Lady reports that 3 more portraits on the 3rd floor have disappeared, and the staircase between the 4th and 5th floors is refusing to move at all. It's as if the magic is fading." A heavy silence fell over the room. Orion felt a chill that had nothing to do with the December air. 7 days, he murmured. "Whatever is happening, we have 7 days to stop it. By the 3rd day, the signs were impossible to ignore." Portraits throughout the castle had begun to fade, their occupants growing agitated as their worlds literally disappeared around them. The enchanted ceiling of the great hall no longer reflected the sky outside, but remained a dull, lifeless gray. Most concerning of all, students reported that simple spells Lumos, Wingardium Leviosa, were requiring more effort to cast, as if the very magic within Hogwarts was being drained away. Orion had taken to sleeping in the library, surrounded by ancient tomes that might hold some clue to the chronometer's warning. That's where Morgana Nightshade found him, slumped over a medieval manuscript, his quill still clutched in his ink-stained fingers. "Professor Tempest," she said quietly, her voice carrying the faint accent that had marked her as different from the moment she had transferred to Hogwarts from Ilvermorny at the beginning of the term. "I believe I may know what's happening." Orion blinked awake, focusing on the slender 7th-year Slytherin standing before him. Morgana had quickly distinguished herself as the most gifted student in his N. E. W. T. level class, with an uncanny knowledge of obscure magical history that sometimes surpassed even his own. "Miss Nightshade," he acknowledged, straightening. "What have you discovered?" "Not discovered," she corrected. "Remembered." My grandmother used to tell stories of the great unraveling of phenomenon where the foundational magic of a place begins to disintegrate. In the stories, it was always preceded by Merlin's warning bell, which I believe is your chronometer. Great unraveling, Orion repeated, the term tickling something in his memory. There's a reference to that in Pendragon's compendium, but it was dismissed as folklore. Morgana's dark eyes flashed. Much of what my family preserved was dismissed by mainstream wizarding historians, Professor. That doesn't make it untrue. Orion had the grace to look abashed. Of course. Please continue. The unraveling occurs when the anchors that bind magic to a physical location begin to fail. For a place like Hogwarts, those anchors would be the Founder's keystones. Orion finished, his mind racing. Of course. Each Founder created a keystone to anchor their portion of the castle's magic. They're said to be hidden in secret chambers beneath each house's common room, Morgana nodded. In my grandmother's stories, the only way to stop the unraveling once it begins is to reunite the keystones at the heart of the affected place and perform a ritual of renewal. Orion was already on his feet, gathering his notes. We need to find those keystones. And we'll need representatives from each house to access the hidden chambers. I can represent Slytherin, Morgana offered. Orion paused, studying her. Rumors had followed Morgana since her arrival, whispers about her family's connections to dark magic, about why she had really transferred from Ilvermorny. But right now, with magic literally disappearing around them, he had little choice but to trust her. Very well, he agreed. Help me find students from the other houses we can trust. And quickly. We have 4 days left, and 4 keystones to find. The Gryffindor keystone was a ruby-encrusted sword hilt, hidden behind the roaring fireplace in their common room. The Hufflepuff keystone was a crystalline badger figurine, buried beneath the enchanted plants that decorated their underground sanctuary. The Ravenclaw keystone was a diadem of sapphires, concealed within the answer-seeking knocker that guarded their tower entrance. The Slytherin keystone proved the most challenging, a serpent-shaped emerald key that Morgana eventually located behind a specific brick in the dungeon wall, accessible only by speaking a password in Parseltongue, which she did with surprising ease. With less than 24 hours remaining on the chronometer's countdown, Orion led his unlikely team of students: Morgana from Slytherin, Leo Winterforge from Gryffindor, Helena Fairfield from Hufflepuff, and Altair Blackwood from Ravenclaw, to what he believed was the heart of Hogwarts, the Chamber of Reception, a forgotten room directly beneath the Great Hall where, legend had it, the 4 founders had first joined their magic to create the school. The chamber had not been accessed in centuries, its entrance concealed behind an ordinary-looking wall in the deepest level of the dungeons. It took the combined efforts of all 4 keystones, held by the students representing their houses, to reveal the hidden doorway. The room beyond was perfectly circular, with a raised dais in the center, bearing 4 indentations that precisely matched the shapes of the keystones. Ancient runes covered the walls, glowing faintly with the last remnants of the Founder's magic. Now what? Leo asked, the ruby sword hilt clutched tightly in his hand. Now, Orion said gravely, we discover whether Miss Nightshade's grandmother's stories included the ritual of renewal. All eyes turned to Morgana, who suddenly looked less certain than she had in the library. The stories spoke of a price, she said quietly. Magic requires balance. To restore what is fading, something of equal value must be offered. What kind of price? Helena asked nervously. Before Morgana could answer, a new voice spoke from the chamber entrance. A sacrifice of power, said Headmistress McGonagall, her tall figure silhouetted in the doorway. The ritual requires that 4 magically gifted individuals willingly surrender a portion of their magical ability permanently to restore the anchors. A heavy silence fell over the chamber. That's why it's called Merlin's Warning, McGonagall continued, entering the room fully. It gives us time to make an impossible choice. Allow the magic of Hogwarts to unravel completely, or sacrifice part of ourselves to preserve it. Why didn't you tell us? Orion demanded. Because it had to be a willing choice, McGonagall replied simply. And because I hoped to find another solution, she sighed heavily. I have not. The chronometer's countdown, now visible as a spectral projection in the center of the room, showed less than 12 hours remaining. I'll do it, Leo said suddenly, stepping forward. My family has attended Hogwarts for 9 generations. I won't be the one to let it fall, as will I, Altair added quietly. Helena nodded her agreement, though her hands trembled. All eyes turned to Morgana, whose face had gone very still. There's something I haven't told you, she said finally, about why I came to Hogwarts, about who I am. Her hand went to her necklace, a simple silver chain bearing what looked like an old-fashioned key. This is why the unraveling began. This is the master key, created by Salazar Slytherin before he left Hogwarts. It was designed to unlock the Founder's keystones from their anchoring magic, should he ever wish to. Reclaim his portion of the school's power. Shocked silence greeted her words. My family has guarded it for generations, Morgana continued, until it was stolen 3 months ago. I tracked it here to Hogwarts, but by the time I recovered it, whoever took it had already used it. The unraveling had begun, and you didn't think to mention this? Orion demanded. I didn't know what it was until I saw the chronometer, Morgana defended. And by then, she took a deep breath. There's another way. The master key can be used to reverse what was done, but the price is higher. Instead of 4 people each sacrificing a portion of their magic, one person must sacrifice all of theirs, become a squib. You mean, McGonagall said sharply. Morgana nodded once. Without hesitation, Orion stepped forward. Then I volunteer, Professor No. Helena protested. Orion smiled sadly. My whole life has been devoted to the study of magical history. Perhaps this is why, so that I would be here now, when that history needed preserving. He turned to Morgana. What must I do? The ritual was both simpler and more terrible than any of them had imagined. As the final minutes of the chronometer's countdown ticked away, Orion stood at the center of the days, the 4 keystones arranged around him, the master key held aloft in his hand. The students and McGonagall formed a circle around the platform, their wands raised, channeling their magic toward him. Morgana's voice rose in an ancient incantation, words of power that seemed to resonate with the very stones of the castle. The keystones began to glow, each with the color of their house: ruby red, emerald green, sapphire blue, and amber yellow. Streams of light connected them, forming a square of pure magical energy around Orion. When the final word of the spell was spoken, the master key in Orion's hand flared with blinding light. He felt the magic being torn from his body, not just his ability to cast spells, but something deeper, more fundamental, that had been part of him since birth. The pain was beyond anything he had ever experienced, a hollowing out of his very essence. And then, as suddenly as it had begun, it was over. The keystones sank into their places on the dais, the glow fading to a steady pulse that beat like a heart at the center of Hogwarts. Above them, they could feel the castle coming back to life, portraits returning, staircases moving, the very air humming with renewed magical energy. Orion fell to his knees, feeling the terrible emptiness within him where his magic had been. But as he looked up at the relieved faces of his students, at the ancient chamber now pulsing with renewed power, he knew his sacrifice had been worth it. The great unraveling has been averted, Morgana said softly, helping him to his feet. Thanks to you, Professor Tempest. Not just to me, Orion replied, his historian's mind already framing how this day would be remembered. To all of us. To 4 houses, working together, just as the founders intended, as they made their way back through the revitalized corridors of Hogwarts, Orion felt the absence of his magic like a phantom limb. Yet there was also a strange peace in having fulfilled a purpose greater than himself. The chronometer of Merlin had vanished from the astronomy tower, its warning heeded, its purpose fulfilled. And while Orion Tempest would never again cast a spell or brew a potion, he had preserved the magic of Hogwarts for generations to come, a legacy far greater than any he could have achieved with a wand in his hand. For in the end, it was not the power of magic, but the power of sacrifice that had saved them all. Story 4. The first signs of the forest's ailment came with the autumn mist, not the usual pearlescent fog that draped itself like gossamer across the ancient trees, but a sickly green vapor that clung to the underbrush and left withered patches in its wake. Hagrid had noticed it first, of course. The half-giant groundskeeper of Hogwarts knew every inch of the forbidden forest, as intimately as he knew the lines on his weathered palms. Something's not right, he had told Headmistress McGonagall, his beetle black eyes clouded with worry. The centaurs have moved their herd deeper into the western glades. The unicorns haven't been seen in a fortnight. Even the thestrals are restless, but it was Cassandra Ravenclaw who truly understood the magnitude of what was happening. Standing at the edge of the forest on a crisp October morning, her breath forming clouds in the chill air, the 5th-year Ravenclaw student extended her hand toward a gnarled oak. The ancient tree, which should have been resplendent in autumn gold, was instead dotted with leaves that had turned a sickly gray. They're screaming, she whispered, her fingertips hovering just above the bark, not quite touching. They're all screaming. Cassandra had always been able to hear what plants were saying. Not in words precisely, but in impressions, bursts of sensation, flashes of emotion, fragments of awareness. Her classmates had mocked her for it during her first years at Hogwarts, until Professor Longbottom had discovered her reorganizing the herbology greenhouse by the plants' moods, rather than their taxonomic classifications. Since then, her unusual ability had been regarded as an amusing quirk helpful for herbology class, but little else. Until now. Now, as she stood before the dying forest, the cacophony of plant voices crying out in pain nearly brought her to her knees. Something was poisoning the very heart of the forbidden forest, and if it wasn't stopped, the poison would eventually reach the ancient roots that ran beneath Hogwarts itself. It's preposterous, Lucius Dragonheart drawled, leaning against a pillar in the castle's entrance hall, silver blonde hair impeccably styled despite the early hour. You expect the headmistress to act on the word of a girl who claims to chat with shrubbery? The 7th-year Slytherin's prefect badge gleamed on his immaculate robes as he addressed the small assembly of students and teachers. His gray eyes, cool and assessing, fixed on Cassandra with a mixture of amusement and contempt. I don't claim anything, Cassandra replied, her voice barely above a whisper. Confrontation had never been her strong suit, and I'm not asking anyone to act on my word alone. Look at the evidence: creatures fleeing, trees dying, the mist spreading. Evidence of what precisely? Professor Thornwick, the current defense against the dark arts teacher, interjected. The forbidden forest has always been dangerous. Seasonal changes affect it like any other woodland, not like this, Hagrid rumbled, his massive frame making the room seem suddenly smaller as he stepped forward. I've watched over that forest for decades. Whatever's happening now, it ain't natural. Precisely my point, Lucius said smoothly. If something unnatural is occurring, then it requires a proper investigation by qualified wizards, not a self-proclaimed plant whisperer who can barely cast a proper shield charm. Cassandra flushed, the barb striking true. Defense against the dark arts had always been her weakest subject. But before she could formulate a response, another voice cut through the tension. Perhaps what we need, said Headmistress McGonagall, entering the hall with brisk purpose, is both expertise and special insight. Her sharp gaze swept over the assembled group. Mr. Dragonheart, as our top student in defense against the dark arts, and a prefect of considerable talent, you will accompany Miss Ravenclaw into the forest to assess the situation more thoroughly. I beg your pardon. Lucius's customary composure slipped for a moment. You want me to babysit? I want you to contribute your considerable talents to preventing what could be a serious threat to this school, McGonagall interrupted, her tone brooking no argument. You will depart at noon, after your morning classes. As McGonagall strode away, Lucius turned to Cassandra, his expression a carefully controlled mask of disdain. Noon, Ravenclaw. Don't be late, and do try to prepare something more substantial than conversations with daisies. Lucius arrived at the edge of the forest at precisely 12 o'clock, finding Cassandra already waiting. She had exchanged her school robes for practical attire: sturdy boots, canvas trousers, and a jacket with numerous pockets filled with small vials and pouches. Her wand was tucked behind her ear, almost hidden in her unruly chestnut hair. Let's establish some ground rules, Lucius began without preamble. I'm in charge of our safety. You're here as a guide and for your unique perspective. We investigate, we document, we return before sunset. No heroics, no detours. Cassandra nodded, unsurprised by his imperious tone. We need to find the Whispering Hollow. It's about 2 miles in, where 3 streams converge. The forest's oldest trees grow there, connected to the deepest root systems. And how do you know this? Lucius asked, skepticism evident in every syllable. Cassandra hesitated. The venomous tentacula in Greenhouse 3 told me. They hear things from the older plants. Lucius rolled his eyes but gestured for her to lead on. The first mile passed in tense silence. The usual sounds of the forest birdsong, rustling underbrush, the occasional distant call of magical creatures were noticeably absent. Instead, an oppressive stillness hung in the air, punctuated only by the crunch of their footsteps on the increasingly barren ground. Stop, Cassandra whispered suddenly, extending her arm to halt Lucius's progress. Look at the pattern of the dead undergrowth. Lucius followed her gaze and frowned. The sickly vegetation wasn't dying randomly, it formed a distinct path, like a toxic river flowing through the forest. It's following the ley lines, Cassandra explained, crouching to examine a withered fern. The natural channels of magic that run through the earth. Something is poisoning the magic itself. For the first time, Lucius's expression showed something other than disdain, genuine concern. That shouldn't be possible. Ley lines are fundamental magical structures. They can't simply be poisoned like a water supply, unless, Cassandra began, then froze as the sound of hooves approached from their right. A centaur emerged from the shadows, his palomino body gleaming despite the gloom, his face set in a grim expression. Humans, he acknowledged, his voice deep and resonant. You tread dangerous paths, Firenze. Cassandra greeted him with visible relief. We're investigating what's happening to the forest. The stars have foretold this darkness, Firenze replied cryptically. The ancient dispute awakens once more. What dispute? Lucius demanded, his hand moving instinctively toward his wand. Firenze's eyes narrowed at the gesture. Between those who guard and those who govern. The Ministry seeks to expand its reach into Centaur territory, uprooting ancient markers that have maintained the balance for centuries. That doesn't explain the dying forest, Lucius argued. Doesn't it? Firenze countered. When the boundary stones are moved, old magic is disturbed. The forest feels the betrayal of broken promises. Before either student could question him further, Firenze turned and melted back into the trees, leaving them with more questions than answers. Typical Centaur cryptic nonsense, Lucius muttered. Boundary stones and betrayals instead of straight answers, but Cassandra had gone very still, her eyes widening with realization. The Covenant stones, she breathed. That's what he meant. The ancient markers that define the boundaries between Centaur lands and Ministry territory. They're not just markers, they're magical seals, put in place after the Centaur rebellion of 1429. And how exactly do you know that? Lucius asked with an arched eyebrow. Cassandra flushed. I read Dragon Heart, and I listened not just to plants. The Whispering Hollow, when they finally reached it, was a scene of breathtaking desolation. 3 dry stream beds converged in a natural amphitheater, surrounded by ancient trees, or what had once been trees. Now they stood like skeletal sentinels, their bark blackened and peeling, their few remaining leaves hanging like grave shrouds. At the center of the hollow stood a circular pool, its water an unnatural violet hue that pulsed with a sickly light. Black veins spread outward from the pool along the ground, following the paths of the dried streams and the invisible ley lines beneath. There, Cassandra pointed to a broken stone column half submerged in the pool. Runic inscriptions covered its surface, glowing with the same unhealthy light as the water. That's one of the Covenant stones. It's been moved from its boundary position and brought here, to the nexus of the forest's power. Lucius moved closer, his wand drawn. Those aren't Ministry runes, he observed. This wasn't an official action. No, Cassandra agreed. Someone's using the stone to funnel corrupted magic into the heart of the forest. She closed her eyes, extending her awareness toward the nearest dying tree. The impressions that came back were fragmented but clear betrayal, poison, and beneath it all, a name repeated like a desperate warning. Mortimer, she whispered, opening her eyes. The trees keep saying Mortimer. Lucius's face hardened. Augustus Mortimer, head of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. My father mentioned he was pushing for expansion into Centaur territory, supposedly for a new magical creatures research preserve. But instead, he's poisoning the forest, Cassandra concluded. Why? Power, came a new voice from behind them. Pure primordial power. They whirled to find a tall, distinguished wizard in ministry robes, standing at the edge of the hollow, his wand leveled at them. Augustus Mortimer's silver hair and patrician features might have been handsome if not for the cold calculation in his eyes. The forest sits atop the most potent ley-line convergence in Britain. Mortimer continued conversationally. Dumbledore knew it. Why else build Hogwarts adjacent to such dangerous woodland? But the old fool let centaurs and acromantulas claim it, wasting its potential. So you're poisoning it to claim it for yourself? Cassandra asked, horror evident in her voice. Cleansing it, Mortimer corrected. The corrupted water dissolves the old magic, the wild, unpredictable forces that make this forest so dangerous. Once purged, the ley lines can be redirected, harnessed for proper wizarding use. You're insane, Lucius stated flatly. You can't redirect ley lines. They're fundamental magical structures. The backlash alone would be contained by the Covenant stones, properly repurposed. Mortimer finished with a cold smile. Which brings me to why you two need to be eliminated. Can't have students reporting back to McGonagall before my work is complete. He raised his wand, but before he could cast, Lucius had already moved, firing a shield charm so powerful it knocked Mortimer backward. Run, he shouted to Cassandra. But Cassandra wasn't running. Instead, she had dropped to her knees beside the violet pool, her hands hovering above its surface as she closed her eyes in intense concentration. Lucius and Mortimer dueled across the hollow, spells flashing between them. Despite his youth, Lucius proved a formidable opponent, his technique flawless and his reflexes lightning quick. But Mortimer had decades of experience and fought with the ruthless efficiency of a man with nothing to lose. A cutting curse sliced across Lucius's arm, sending his wand spinning from his grasp. Mortimer advanced, triumph in his eyes, then stopped, a look of confusion crossing his face as the ground beneath them trembled. Cassandra still knelt by the pool, but now thick roots had emerged from the earth to twine around her arms, connecting her directly to the dying forest. The violet water began to clear, returning to a natural blue as the corruption was drawn out through the roots and into her. "What are you doing?" Lucius gasped, clutching his wounded arm. Listening, Cassandra replied, her voice strangely harmonized, as if multiple entities spoke through her. "The forest is ancient, and it remembers how to heal itself. It just needed someone to hear." The roots pulsed, and the black veins along the ground began to recede. Overhead, the skeletal trees creaked as fresh green buds appeared on their branches. The Covenant stone in the pool began to rise, lifting itself free of the water. "No," Mortimer cried, redirecting his wand toward Cassandra. "Years of planning, you cannot," but the forest had awakened. Roots erupted from the ground to ensnare the ministry official, wrapping around his limbs and torso with inexorable strength. The Covenant stone hovered above the now clear pool, its runes glowing with renewed purpose. "The forest has judged you," Cassandra said, her voice still carrying that strange harmonic quality. "And it finds you unworthy with a final convulsion of the earth." The hollow transformed. The streams began to flow again. The trees stood tall with fresh growth, and the corrupted magic dissipated like morning mist. Mortimer remained bound by the roots, his schemes thwarted. Lucius retrieved his wand and approached Cassandra as the roots gently unwound from her arms. She swayed with exhaustion, and he caught her before she could fall. That, he said, genuine amazement in his voice, was considerably more impressive than chatting with daisies. Cassandra managed a weak smile. "Perhaps next time you'll listen when the plants have something to say." Together, they watched as the Covenant stone gently descended, not into the pool, but beside it, standing tall once more as guardian and boundary marker, a reminder that some boundaries existed for a reason, and some secrets of the forest were meant to remain wild and free. As they made their way back to the castle, neither noticed the small green shoot that had curled around Cassandra's ankle for a moment before retreating back into the soil, a gesture of gratitude from a forest that would not forget its unlikely champions. The girl who listened to plants and the boy who had learned to listen to her. Story 5. The ancient stones of Hogwarts Castle had kept their secrets for 1,000 years, but even the most steadfast guardians eventually tire. It began with small anomalies, a suit of armor refusing to return to its alcove, portraits whispering of shadowy figures passing through their frames in the dead of night, first-year students claiming their belongings had been rearranged while they slept. By themselves, such occurrences might have been dismissed as ordinary peculiarities of life in a magical castle. But Professor Alara Blackwood knew better. She stood at her tower window, watching as the last golden rays of sunset surrendered to the encroaching darkness. The protective enchantments that had safeguarded Hogwarts for centuries were failing, She could feel it in the subtle shift of magical currents that flowed through the castle walls, in the way the very air seemed to hold its breath, waiting. The warning signs had been appearing for weeks, but tonight, something was different. Tonight, the castle's magic felt afraid. Turning from the window, Elara surveyed her private chambers. Books of ancient defensive magic lined the walls, interspersed with artifacts collected during her years as an auror before she had accepted the position of defense against the dark arts professor. Her fingers brushed the silver locket at her throat, the only possession she had that connected her to a past she had spent her entire adult life concealing. A soft knock at her door interrupted her thoughts. "Enter," she called, her voice betraying none of the unease that had settled in her chest like a cold stone. Headmistress McGonagall stepped into the room, her usually severe expression now etched with concern. "It's happened again, Elara." The astronomy tower's western wall, the stones simply dissolved. As if the magic binding them had been unraveled, Elara nodded grimly. "The protective spells are failing faster than I anticipated." "We don't have much time. Have you discovered the cause?" McGonagall asked, though her tone suggested she already suspected the answer. "Not conclusively," Elara replied carefully. "But I have a theory." She hesitated, weighing her next words. "Minerva, there's something I haven't told you. About my family. About my ancestry." McGonagall's eyes narrowed slightly. "I have always suspected there was more to your background than your application suggested. But your qualifications were impeccable, and Hogwarts has never concerned itself overmuch with bloodlines. It should concern itself with mine," Elara said quietly. She drew a deep breath. "My true name is Elara Blackwood Slytherin. I am a direct descendant of Salazar Slytherin through his second son's line." To her credit, McGonagall's expression remained unchanged save for a slight raising of her eyebrows. "I see. And you believe this lineage is connected to our current predicament?" "I know it is," Elara confirmed. "The castle's protections are tied to the four founders' bloodlines. When the last known heir of Hufflepuff died last spring, it weakened the entire protective network. But there's more." She moved to her desk and retrieved a worn leather-bound journal. "According to my family's records, Salazar created a failsafe way to restore the protective enchantments in times of crisis. An artifact called the Orb of Souls, hidden somewhere beneath the castle and chambers even more secret than the Chamber of Secrets itself. If such an artifact exists, why haven't you mentioned it before now?" McGonagall asked sharply. "Because to access it requires two keys," Elara explained. "One held by Slytherin's heir, which I possess, and one held by someone Salazar considered his greatest rival at Hogwarts." Understanding dawned in McGonagall's eyes. "Not Godric Gryffindor." "No," Elara shook her head. "Professor Artemis Thorne. Professor Thorne's potions classroom in the dungeons was shrouded in shadows, illuminated only by the eerie green glow of bubbling cauldrons and floating glass orbs containing bioluminescent algae. The air was thick with the scent of herbs and alchemical compounds that made students' eyes water during their first few classes until they acclimated. Artemis Thorne himself stood with his back to the door, a tall, gaunt figure draped in charcoal robes, his silver-streaked black hair pulled back severely from a face that seemed carved from marble by an artist with little interest in softness. When the door opened, he did not turn. "I wondered when you would come, Professor Blackwood," he said, his voice as smooth and cold as frost on stone. "Or should I address you by your true name?" Elara stepped into the room, McGonagall close behind her. "You knew?" "Of course I knew," Thorne replied, finally turning to face them. His eyes were the pale gray of winter skies. "Just as I suspect you've known about me all along." "Not until recently," Elara admitted. The signs of the failing protections led me to research that revealed connections I hadn't anticipated. Thorn's thin lips curved in what might generously be called a smile. Connections. A diplomatic way to describe bitter enmity spanning centuries. He gestured to an ancient oak cabinet in the corner. I assume you're here about this. Moving to the cabinet, he tapped it with his wand in a complex pattern. The wood rippled like water, revealing a hidden drawer containing a silver key ornately wrought in the shape of a serpent devouring its own tail. The key of Morgana Le Fay, Elara breathed. Then it's true. Your family descends from Slytherin's greatest rival. Yes, Thorn finished for her. Not Gryffindor, as most assume, but Morgana herself, who taught at Hogwarts briefly during its earliest years before her. Disagreements. With Salazar drove her away. Then you understand what's happening, McGonagall interjected. The castle's protections are failing. Yes, Thorn nodded. I've felt it. The question is not what is happening, but why now? What has triggered this particular failure at this particular moment? Elara and McGonagall exchanged glances. We don't know, Elara admitted, but the Orb of Souls can restore the protections regardless of the cause. With both keys, we can access it. Thorn's eyes narrowed. The orb is not simply a magical battery, Professor. It contains fragments of the Founder's spirits, including Salazar's and Morgana's. Awakening, it means awakening their ancient conflict as well. Are you prepared for the consequences? Do we have a choice? McGonagall asked grimly. Without the protective enchantments, Hogwarts is vulnerable. There is always a choice, Thorn replied. But rarely a painless one. He closed his hand around the silver key. Very well. I will help you access the orb. But I warn you Salazar Slytherin and Morgana Le Fay had unfinished business. Awakening their essences may resolve more than just our failing protections. The passage beneath the Slytherin common room was unknown, even to the school's house elves. It began behind a section of ordinary-looking stone wall that melted away at the touch of Elara's locket, her inheritance, as Slytherin's heir. The tunnel beyond was not the rough-hewn passage Elara had expected, but a perfectly cylindrical corridor lined with polished obsidian that reflected their wandlight in fractured patterns. Salazar always did have a flair for the dramatic, Thorn remarked dryly as they descended deeper beneath the castle than Elara had thought possible. The air grew colder with each step, their breath forming clouds before them. After what seemed like miles of descent, the passage opened into a vast circular chamber. Unlike the ornate grandeur of the Chamber of Secrets, this room was austere, almost temple-like. At its center stood a simple dais upon which rested a sphere of what appeared to be black glass, no larger than a quaffle. The Orb of Souls, Elara whispered. Not quite what I expected, McGonagall admitted. Appearances can be deceiving, Thorn said. What you see is merely its dormant state. They approached the dais cautiously. As they drew closer, Elara could see that the surface of the orb was not solid but fluid, like ink suspended in perfect spherical form. Now what? McGonagall asked. Now we awaken it, Elara said. She removed her locket and held it out. Inside was a tiny emerald key. Both keys must be used simultaneously. Thorn produced his silver key. Once we do this, there's no turning back. The essences within will be released. We have no choice, Elara insisted. The protections must be restored. With grim resolve, they stepped up to the dais. On opposite sides of the orb, they found small keyholes that had not been visible from a distance. With a nod to each other, they inserted their keys. The effect was immediate and breathtaking. The orbe's surface rippled violently. the black fluid swirling to reveal swaths of color beneath emerald green, sapphire blue, ruby red, and amber yellow, the colors of the four houses, dancing and intertwining. But among them flashed a fifth color, a deep violet that seemed to battle against the others. Morgana's essence, Thorn murmured. Still fighting after all these centuries, the chamber began to tremble, dust and small stones raining from the ceiling. The colors from the orb projected outward, forming ghostly figures that flickered with only partial substance. Elara recognized them instantly from portraits and descriptions. Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin himself, austere and proud. The fifth figure, wreathed in violet light, could only be Morgana Le Fay, her beauty as terrible as it was magnificent. Who disturbs our rest? The spectral voice of Slytherin echoed through the chamber. Descendants, Morgana's ghost answered before either Elara or Thorn could speak. Mine and yours, Salazar. How? Unexpected. The protections are failing, Elara said, finding her voice. We need the orb to restore them. The five apparitions seemed to confer silently among themselves before Slytherin's ghost turned back to Elara. The protections fail because a piece of the castle's heart has been stolen, he said. A fragment of my own soul, sealed within a portrait hidden in the room of requirement, impossible. McGonagall gasped. The room was destroyed in the Battle of Hogwarts. Not destroyed, Morgana's ghost corrected. Transformed. Its magic fractured, but not broken. Someone has found this portrait? Thorn asked. Yes, Gryffindor's ghost confirmed. One who bears the mark of the serpent, but not the blood of Slytherin. A pretender who seeks to claim Salazar's power as his own. Elara felt a chill that had nothing to do with the chamber's coldness. A Death Eater. One who survived the war. He hides within the walls of Hogwarts itself, Ravenclaw's apparition said, feeding on the very magic meant to protect it. Growing stronger as the castle weakens, the orb can restore the protections temporarily, Hufflepuff's ghost added kindly. But the thief must be stopped, or all will fail again. How do we find him? McGonagall demanded. My blood can sense the fragment of my soul, Slytherin said, his ghostly gaze fixed on Elara. But retrieving it will require more than physical might. It will require sacrifice. What kind of sacrifice? Elara asked warily. The revelation of truth, Morgana answered, her violet eyes piercing. Your true identity, proclaimed before the entire school. No more hiding in shadows, daughter of Slytherin, Elara paled. Her ancestry had been her most closely guarded secret. In the aftermath of Voldemort's defeat, admitting relation to Salazar Slytherin would make her an object of suspicion and fear. The choice is yours, Slytherin's ghost said. Secrecy or salvation. Thorn's cold voice broke the silence that followed. If I might make an observation, hiding one's true nature rarely ends well. Trust me in this, if nothing else, Elara looked at him, suddenly seeing beyond his forbidding exterior to the decades of isolation his own secret lineage must have caused him. She straightened her shoulders. I'll do it, she said firmly. Whatever it takes to protect Hogwarts. The five ghostly figures nodded in unison, and the orb pulsed with renewed energy. Streams of colored light shot upward, passing through the chamber ceiling toward the castle above. The protections are temporarily restored, Slytherin's ghost announced. You have 3 days to find the thief and recover the fragment, and when we do, McGonagall asked. Return here, Morgana instructed. The final confrontation must take place where ancient magic runs deepest as the apparitions began to fade. Slytherin's ghost fixed his gaze once more on Elara. Remember, blood of my blood, that power lies not in concealment, but in acceptance of who you truly are. That was my greatest failing in life, one. I would not have you repeat. The ghost vanished, and the orb returned to its dormant state, though now tiny swirls of color could be seen moving beneath its surface. In the sudden silence, Elara, Thorn, and McGonagall exchanged determined glances. The truth had been revealed, the mission made clear. Somewhere in Hogwarts, a hidden enemy was draining the castle's magic, and they had 3 days to find him. As they made their way back toward the surface, Elara felt the weight of her ancestry, not as a burden to be hidden, but as a source of strength to be embraced. For the first time in her life, she was not running from her past, but moving toward a future where secrets would no longer define her. The castle had 3 days, and the heir of Slytherin was ready to fight for its survival. Story 6. The mist hung thick over the forbidden forest as the last stars faded from the sky. Dawn had not yet broken, but already something was amiss in the ancient woods that bordered Hogwarts' school of witchcraft and wizardry. The thestrals, those spectral, winged creatures visible only to those who had witnessed death, were restless. Their hooves pawed at the frosted ground, their leathery wings twitching as they gazed skyward with milky, pupilless eyes. Seraphina, the ancient matriarch of the herd, reared suddenly, her skeletal form silhouetted against the gray horizon. A moment later, she vanished not with the usual thundering of hooves or beating of wings, but simply ceased to exist, as though plucked from reality itself. It was the 17th thestral to disappear that month. In the Ravenclaw Tower, 13-year-old Orion Blackwood woke with a strangled gasp, his sheets soaked with sweat despite the December chill that permeated the castle. The dream had come again, fragments of memory he'd spent 2 years trying to forget. The flash of emerald light, his mother's final scream, the strange symbol burned into the floorboards of their home, and eyes ancient, hungry eyes watching from shadows that moved against the light. But tonight, something new had invaded his nightmares. A thestral, no, the thestral, the one with the scar across its muzzle that had approached him during care of magical creatures last week, had stood in his family's ruined living room, its gaze fixed on him with terrible intelligence. It had spoken a single word in his mind: remember. The protective enchantments are weakening, Professor Flitwick announced gravely to the assembled faculty in the headmistress's office. First the thestrals, now this. He gestured to the window, where beyond the castle grounds, an unnatural darkness had begun to gather over the forbidden forest. Something is draining the magical boundaries. Perhaps if Dumbledore were still, began Professor Trelawney, but she was silenced by a sharp look from Headmistress McGonagall. Albus Dumbledore is gone, as are many who defended these walls, McGonagall said firmly. We must rely on those who remain. From the shadows at the back of the room, a tall, severe-looking witch with a shock of silver cutting through her raven hair stepped forward. I may have relevant expertise, Professor Evanora Crane said, her voice low and measured. The defense against the dark arts professor was feared even by the 7th years. Her knowledge of dark magic surpassed only by her apparent disdain for weakness of any kind. The thestrals are not merely magical creatures, Crane continued, ignoring the murmurs her words provoked. They are guardians. Wardens of the boundary between life and death, Professor Longbottom frowned. Are you suggesting that someone or something is targeting them specifically? Not someone, Crane replied, her dark eyes glittering. Something ancient. Something that was imprisoned long before Hogwarts had a name, in the library, surrounded by towering shelves of ancient tomes. Orion pored over a weathered book titled Spectral Entities of the British Isles. Since his encounter with the thestral the week before, He had been drawn to research these mysterious creatures, driven by an inexplicable certainty that they were somehow connected to his family's fate. Most people avoid reading about creatures they can see, came a soft voice, causing Orion to start. Professor Crane stood before his table, her tall figure casting a long shadow across his books. "I wasn't," Orion began, but Crane cut him off with an impatient gesture. "You witnessed the Blackwood massacre. Your parents, your sister. It wasn't a question. And now you dream of thestrals speaking to you. Calling you by name." Orion stared at her, blood draining from his face. "How did you know that?" "Because, mister." "Blackwood," Crane said, leaning forward. "You are not the first child of a broken lineage to be chosen." That evening, Crane led Orion deep into the forbidden forest, past ancient oaks whose gnarled branches seemed to reach for them like hungry fingers. They walked in silence, the professor's wand emitting only enough light to prevent them from stumbling. The thestrals were entrusted with a sacred duty by the founders, Crane explained as they walked, particularly by Rowena Ravenclaw, whose foresight was unmatched. She knew that one day the protective enchantments would need to be renewed. "Why me?" Orion asked, his voice small against the vastness of the darkening woods. "The old magic requires sacrifice," Crane replied, her tone softer than Orion had ever heard it. "Not of life, but of innocence. Those who have seen death, who understand its finality, can perceive the thestrals. But those who have survived the unsurvivable, whose blood carries old magic, they can command them." They reached a clearing where the trees formed a perfect circle, their branches intertwining overhead to create a natural cathedral. At its center stood a single thestral Seraphina, though Orion had no way of knowing her name yet. "They're disappearing," Orion whispered, approaching the creature with reverence. "I saw it in my dream. They're being taken." "Yes," Crane confirmed. "The veil is thinning. The eclipse approaches." And Morrigan stirs in her prison. The thestral lowered its head to Orion, and suddenly his mind was flooded with images. A witch with eyes like bottomless wells, her laughter echoing as flames consumed a village. 4 figures, the founders standing united against her. A ritual performed under a blackened sun. Thestrals circling overhead as the witch was banished to a realm between worlds. She was their friend. Orion gasped as the vision receded. She helped build Hogwarts, but then, power corrupts even the brightest minds, Crane said grimly. Morrigan learned secrets not meant for mortal understanding. She sought to bend death itself to her will. The founders had no choice but to imprison her in the Veil of Shadows, a realm accessible only through the veil in what would later become the Department of Mysteries. The thestral nudged Orion's hand, and he felt rather than heard its next thought. The vow must be renewed before the black eclipse. 3 nights from now. The following days passed in a blur of secret preparations. Crane revealed that she had once been an unspeakable, studying the veil before accepting the teaching position at Hogwarts, a strategic placement. She explained, to monitor the thestrals and wait for signs of Morrigan's awakening. Why would McGonagall trust you with this? Orion asked as they practiced the ancient incantations that would be required. Something like pain flickered across Crane's features. Because I was there, Blackwood. The night your family died, Orion's wand clattered to the floor. You what? I was working undercover, tracking a cult that worshipped Morrigan. They believed that sacrificing certain magical bloodlines would hasten her return. Crane's voice remained steady, but her knuckles whitened around her wand. I arrived too late to save your parents and sister. But not too late to save you. Memories flooded back, a hooded figure crashing through the window. Fierce wandwork driving back the shadows, strong arms carrying him from the ruins of his home. You've been watching me all this time, Orion whispered, understanding dawning. My placement in Ravenclaw, my coincidental assignment to care for the Thestrals in Hagrid's class, the Thestrals chose you, Crane corrected. I merely ensured you would be prepared when they did. The Department of Mysteries was eerily silent as Orion and Crane slipped through its labyrinthine corridors. Using her old credentials and considerable skill, Crane had managed to bring them to London undetected. Now, standing before the archway that housed the veil, Orion felt a chill that had nothing to do with the chamber's temperature. The veil thins during celestial events, Crane explained, her voice barely above a whisper. During the black eclipse, it will vanish entirely for 7 minutes. If we do not complete the vow before then, Morrigan and her army of the restless dead will pass through, and the Thestrals. Orion asked. They are being pulled across as the boundary weakens conscripted to serve as Morrigan's mounts when she crosses over. A distant bell tolled midnight, and the chamber darkened as though a shadow had passed over an unseen sun. The veil, usually a tattered curtain that fluttered despite the absence of wind, began to shimmer and fade. It's beginning, Crane hissed, drawing her wand. Remember what I taught you. Orion closed his eyes, calling forth the ancient words that Seraphina had placed in his mind. As he spoke, spectral forms began to materialize around them, Thestrals, dozens of them, forming a circle around the veil. In Mort, Vita Custodes, Orion chanted, his voice growing stronger with each syllable. In Tenebris, Lux Aeterna, the air crackled with ancient magic as the Thestrals responded, their wings beating in perfect unison. Crane joined her voice to Orion's, her wand tracing complex patterns that left trails of silver light. But as the veil continued to fade, a cold laugh echoed through the chamber. Fingers pale and long emerged from the archway, followed by an arm draped in midnight robes. The blood price, Crane shouted over the rising wind. It must be paid willingly. Orion understood then why he had been chosen. Not just because he had witnessed death, not just because of his bloodline, but because he carried something Morrigan could never comprehend, the capacity to forgive. Drawing a silver knife, Orion made a careful incision across his palm. For those who are lost, he whispered, letting his blood drip onto the stone floor. And for those who remain, the Thestrals reared as one, and Seraphina materialized from whatever realm had claimed her stepped forward, touching her muzzle to Orion's bleeding hand. Light exploded from the point of contact, racing along the circle of Thestrals and converging on the veil just as Morrigan's face, beautiful and terrible, emerged from the fading barrier. Her scream of rage turned to one of fear as the light enveloped her, forcing her back. The veil solidified once more, pulsing with renewed strength. One by one, the Thestrals bowed to Orion before disappearing not into nothingness this time, but back to their rightful places as guardians of Hogwarts. Seraphina was the last to go. The vow is renewed, her voice echoed in Orion's mind, until the next chosen one is called. As dawn broke over London, Orion turned to find Professor Crane watching him with an expression he'd never seen on her severe face, pride. What happens now? He asked. Now, Crane replied, a rare smile softening her features. We return to Hogwarts. There is much I have yet to teach you about your inheritance, young Blackwood. And as they departed the Department of Mysteries, neither noticed the small symbol that had appeared on Orion's wrist, where Seraphina had touched him the mark of the Thestral vow, binding him to his destiny as a guardian of the worlds.